Good morning, Royal Family. Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl, Down the Crypto TA, and it's Saturday. So we're gonna recap on Bitcoin. I did have some other things lined up that I wanted to do, but I may not be able to do those things today. It may be something that I have to wait until Monday rolls around to take care of, or maybe I'll just do a stream tomorrow, which I don't typically stream on Sundays. But we're going to get into Bitcoin and what's happening right now. We haven't really done much from yesterday except remain within the range. If you recall, if you were here yesterday, we had this fair value gap and price popped up to the fair value gap and it got a rejection there. So we've pretty much just been moving within that range up to that fair value gap. And we're trying to get above the dynamic cloud, but I'm going to take us over there, take a look at the chart, and I'm going to minimize myself. Okay, so here you can see that the cloud is starting to drop here on the 15-minute time frame. Now we had the same situation going on over here on the 1 hour time frame yesterday as well. I remember I mentioned that and I said I love that. Even if price does start to fall, it could show us that the 1 hour time frame would be the one that we want to be the giver. And we have since move back inside of the cloud here on the 1 hour time frame, but we're struggling a little bit right now, even with the bill being passed. And it was so nice seeing that happen yesterday. But let's see, let me turn that off, bring this back up. So I had a setup on the chart yesterday. You recall, I do still have it here. I have not deleted it because I like to go over everything we do. So let me just turn that back on. All right, and so it did get wicked down here at the lows, which once we started, I remember saying that we're going to chop quite a bit, and that is what you should see. You should see a bunch of chop to show that there's some interest in this zone. But what ended up happening is we continued to put in bullish divergence. So you can see down here along the bottom, it keeps getting in my way, but we continue to put in bear divs all across, bull divs, put in bull divs all across here, the same way we had the bullish divergence from this point here to this point. And so we created it doesn't quite look like an ending diagonal in my opinion, but it is some sort of a fallen channel or something like that. And then we took out the stop here, broke below the 200, and this is the 200 for the 1 hour. So I was really secure in this setup, and I wanted to say hold it, but it's never a good idea when you get invalidated to continue to hold on to the trade. So it was just best to let it go, reevaluate the situation, and then consider going back into it. But so far we haven't done more than we did yesterday. So we've only continued to hit the midpoint of this fair value gap here. So nothing more than yesterday has taken place just yet. But we could see that push up here. I'm a little worried about the 4 hour still. We are above, I know that we are above the 200 on that 15-minute time frame. We wicked into the, what did we wick into here on the 4? Let me see what we did on the 4 hour time frame. We basically started getting a rise out of that 4 hour dynamic cloud yesterday. And we nearly tapped that. And we're sitting close to the 26, no, the 60 EMA on the 4 hour time frame. So let me just look at that. Yeah. So we got the 60 here for the 4 hour time frame that we're really close to. And then of course that 200 here. So we want to make sure that we can maintain that 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame, because if we start to lose that, then we definitely start to roll over a lot more. And those targets that I mentioned before could be on the table. So the liquidity that sits down here at this low in this first green box right here, and that's between 116 to 115, that can be a target there. I'm starting to lose my voice already this morning. That can be a target there. And the lowest target that I'm looking at right now is going to be about 110 to 108, which will be a hard pill to swallow because that is the 200 EMA here on the 4-hour time frame. So that would be a really, really hard pill to swallow. So could that happen? Maybe we pause out in between. I did mention that as well. So we have these fair value gaps in here. Let me take that away. Actually, let me take this away for a while too. So we have a fair value gap in here, which, hasn't been tapped yet. So we have a fair value gap in here, and that can work. And I remember plotting this line over here saying, so 114. So a fair value gap in here. I think that moves us away from I don't think that this one moves us away from that 200. I mean, at this point, we could still do that one too, but that 200 will start to rise a little bit more. So right in here, where we have this fair value gap, that could be another zone here. So we may start to do a run on the liquidity that's sitting in here. And we looked at this rising channel here yesterday as well. And we did get the breakdown from that, and we knew that. And that was when I started to look forward to say, hey, maybe we just sweep the liquidity in here and we get the bounce. So it is a if this, then that kind of day. Well, every day is kind of like that. But yeah, it's Saturday. It's the weekend. Even though we did get the bill passed, it can be, we have low liquidity. So it's a rough one. And I can just leave that there for now. Actually, let me shade it out some so it's not so dark. And let me take this away. I do still believe that this support resistance level up in here where we have these lows here, I do still think the price can come back up to that. If we can just find that momentum to push up, I do see us taking out this little bit of liquidity in here and coming up to the support resistance level right there. But other than that, it's going to be a rough weekend potentially. Let me check out our daily. All right, so daily, you can see that we're building some sort of a flag formation here on the daily time frame. See the RSI right there. That looks pretty nice. Let me see if I can see it clearer here on the QTD. Not as clean cut as the RSI is, but we are getting very, very, very close to a potential over the cliff of these signals here on the RSI. So, I mean, we do still have the squeeze in here. We haven't pushed down into this low here, so that cyan looking color, one that's rising, that the white is touching, it hasn't pushed through it like it'll push in here and then you won't see it anymore. It hasn't done that yet. So, I mean, we have a little bit of time to make some sort of a difference here. But these highs are very much on the table. And again, that is that 110 to 108 here for those highs for Bitcoin price action. See if there's anything else of relevance. We saw this, which is the delta cross. So the negative delta cross, and I don't think that not the RSI, but the MACD had actually crossed just yet, but you can see it's pinching very closely here. So it's still above the zero line, which indicates a correction until it's not above the zero line. And then it starts to fall over. We start to see more of this right here. But so far, it's far away from the zero line at this point, so that's okay. And let me just go ahead and look at the weekly while I'm at it. So again, when money flow gets this dark green, we tend to see a rejection. So it's very dark green over here. I mean, we're getting closer to the end. Well, I'm not going to say that Bitcoin is going to have an end, because I don't think Bitcoin is going to have an end, because institutional money is invested in Bitcoin at this point, a lot of it. But we'll have a correction. So green there, we'll probably see a correction there. The same way we got really green in here, and then we got this, and then we got green in here, and we got this. So we could be looking for a cool off. I do see that the MACD is not curving over just yet, and you can see it started to flatten out in here, and you can see it started to bend in here, and the RSI is pretty much in the air over here. So maybe we diverge a bit in here before we see any sort of a correction come into play. That could be what we're setting up for, just putting in some divergence. The same way we diverged over here when we got the pump, we could see some divergence as we start to push up, and maybe even invalidate the divergence. I'm starting to lean more towards that. Even though we have the green here, I am starting to lean more towards we're going to take out. Oh, this is crypto total market cap. Shut the front door. I'm looking at crypto total market cap. All right, so altcoins look good. Let me get my behind over here on Bitcoin. What the heck? Let me see what I want to go with. Let's go with this one. All right, so basically same thing. We're in the green. We're in the green. We haven't even hit our target yet, which our target is 130, 481. And if we break out of the top side of this ascending channel, then we'd be looking up a lot higher. Now, if we compare this, now what we can do, we can compare this to Coinbase. Because if you recall on the Coinbase chart, and I'm not going to go over there to it, but on the Coinbase chart, Coinbase had been in the same situation where it had been ranging in between this broadening top formation, and it finally broke the top side of it yesterday. So Friday, it broke out. And that is what we could be seeing over here for Bitcoin. I know a lot of other people are looking at this differently, but this broadening, and I've shared, that trend line as well. But this one is the one that I think is the winner. And this is the one, just like Coinbase, we're going to see a breakout of this. Let me turn this off. So we're going to see a breakout of this. And if I actually, I will do that. Let's take a look at coin. I want to make sure I'm not going to go on the wrong chart. This one may not have the details, and it doesn't. This one doesn't have the details. But you can see coins may be from a daily. No, is it from a 2-day? I have to go over to my other chart in order to show you coin, because I don't want to have to remap everything that I've already done. But typically, just like we were looking at with total market. When we get into the green, we tend to see some sort of a correction come in for Bitcoin. And being that it's July now, let's see, generally around October, I think it's like October 25th or something like that, Bitcoin hits a peak and then it rolls over a bit. That may not be the case anymore with all of the adoption. I doubt that that'll be the case moving forward. Some green here, some green here, and we got the correction, some green here, and we got the correction. So I know that we're gearing up for a correction, and that could again just be coming back down to back test the tops, or probably midway in between this broadening formation that we have here. All right, back over here on my 2. See what Bitcoin is going to do today. Now, I was preparing to set up some comparisons, take a look at some of the alts. It's probably going to be better if I move this chart to this screen because I have it. So I'm going to be narrowing down what I'm going to be looking at for the altcoins, and basically the only ones that I'll be looking at is our top movers. So it's going to be like our XRP, Solana, Sui, BNB, ADA. I haven't done ADA on stream yet. HBAR, XLM, Doge, Tron, and Link. So that is what I'm going to be sticking with. And by request, I will look at some other ones. Let me see what a full ribbon looks like over here. And you are aware that the measured move for this ascending channel, it is here in the box here. And this was the second setup here that I shared on stream yesterday, because I'm really not interested. I'm really not interested in looking for the long at this point because we invalidated this one. So once we pierce through here, I don't know. It just gives me the icks that there's a chance that we could roll back over. I mean, we're holding right now, and again, just here at this fair value gap, and the cloud did drop, so maybe we push up through here. We get above this midpoint, then we're good to go, because that's where the top side of the dynamic cloud is sitting. So we get above this midpoint, and then it's okay. I have a sip of my coffee. Delicious. And my breakfast this morning, a little protein bar. Now we are starting to get, let's take a look here. We are starting to get a negative cross here on the delta. It looks like this candle closure here would be the one to confirm it or invalidate it. So be aware of that as well, as we are making this attempt to get above here. above this dynamic cloud. And really flat line across this RSI as well. I don't think that that's going to be of relevance to us anymore. So and we still don't have a positive cross on that 4-hour just yet either. I'm just going to see what that looks like. Okay. Seeing if I can, let me see, plotting what we need to be above. See where that lines up at here. So it's basically around where we had our hold at. We need to be above here. So I just plotted this this yellow line here. So above the neckline, basically, here is where we need to be above to change direction on that 4-hour time frame. So I'm going to do. $118,650.3. I'm just going to delete that. And this is where we need to be. And then I just changed that from hold to reclaim. And we should be pretty good if we get above there. And she trying. I took a scalp position a couple of days ago. Remember I said I have 2 positions now on Bitcoin. So I took a scalp position on Bitcoin. I'm still holding that. And yesterday we came very, very close to stopping me out of that one. But we didn't. So I'm just going to take that money and roll it over into Sui, to be honest with you. If that happened. Which hasn't been doing too well right now. So Sui, and let me just come over here for a sec. I need to update some things. We'll see if we can make sense of things with this. Okay, so Sui, recall I was saying, Sui, this red line here, this is a monthly resistance level. The same way this one here was a monthly resistance level. So if Sui is to continue to drop down, then this is why I'll be looking for Sui to come back to this monthly level here. And we'll be looking to hold this as support. The last time it did not hold as support, but this is where I'll be looking at for Sui to hold as support if it continues to get a sell-off. I was looking for us to hold in here in the center, but we didn't do too well trying to hold here. And that would have been a big extension to bring it all the way down to here. That's probably how I should have did this too. Just looking at it now. So then let me adjust some things here. See what I need to adjust. If we want to flip this into support, then I think that we're pretty on point here. So we don't want to see Sui come below this monthly support level here. And then there is this resistance in here. I'm gonna do this. I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at this properly. This is more like a line instead of a zone. But we'll leave it like so, like this for Sui. I think that's okay. So we basically be looking at these lows in here though. Okay. So this is band 1 from VWAP here per se, which is relatively close to where we have the monthly level at. So let me drop back down to a 4-hour time frame. So the same thing for SUI. I don't know why I want to say same thing for SUI. We would not want to come down this low back here into the 200 EMA. Possible, surely it is. So maybe I should add this in here. Which is just going to be here and here. Actually, I don't want to have to redo this. Take one of these here. I make that one a solid line so I'll know this is as low as we want to see SUI go on a correction. Is back down here towards 327 at the low. That's as much as we want to see for SUI. Right now, the EMA is still white, so it's not even posturing to the upside just yet. We got some nice little wicks down here around this new previous day low. And again, we are bouncing off of the 200 EMA here for the 1-hour time frame. The same as Bitcoin. SUI is very tied to Bitcoin. I was saying that yesterday when I attempted to take a long position on it, and it just didn't work because Bitcoin was rolling. So SUI is going to roll 4 times harder. Instant coffee is the best coffee. Trend line break, the same as Bitcoin, but I don't think that we have like the rising channel like Bitcoin has. And we're just still sitting there in that pocket on Bitcoin. So check out some indicators here. So a negative cross here on the delta, just like Bitcoin. I do like the way the RSI is sitting here. Doesn't mean that it can't continue to push down, because it can. You know, we can continue to roll a little bit. We don't have a lot of space to do that, because if we keep chopping this 200, and then we're going to end up losing it. And then that's just going to be, it's not going to be fun. It's just not going to be fun. Bears are all the way in control here on this 1-hour time frame. Take a look at the 2. All right, and then our 200 EMA is, the 2-day 200 EMA is sitting right here at the 1-month resistance. So I think going forward, I'm going to focus on the 2-hour time frame for the charts, and I'm going to leave the 1 hour alone for now. All right, so that's for SAY. We don't want to see SAY come below the 1-month level of support, which is around $3.50. We're almost getting into the oversold territory here. Not quite yet. I don't see any bullish divergence right there, but we can expect some sort of a cool off from the bearish pressure to come in on SUI here in the next couple of hours, maybe sometime tomorrow. Between today and tomorrow, we'll go with that, and we'll say that we'll see some sort of a cool off from the bearish pressure. XRP doing very, very well, and just looking to continue up and up, up, up and away. Now the RSI does not sit pretty here on the 2-hour time frame at the moment. Haven't made any crosses here, which this is really fast. Let's see where the 26. Plenty of interaction with the 26. So if we lose these lows across here, then maybe going down. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else of relevancy in here. Come on, almost there. Got you. All right, so ascending broadening formation. If you're not familiar with an ascending broadening pattern, they're typically bearish, and you do see a breakdown from them. But again, Coinbase just broke to the upside. It's something that Palantir also did, and it's very bullish when you have a bearish structure and you get a break to the upside. It's really a matter of indecision. When you get these sort of formations, it's based pure indecision. Bears think the price is too high. Bulls think the price can go much higher. And then a battle takes place, and whoever wins, if it's the bulls and you break to the upside, then it is extremely bullish. So I like this for XRP. We are a bit overextended on XRP, and I say we like I own any, because I don't. It is a bit overextended. Very overextended, but when you get too overextended, you end up getting a hard crash when you do get your correction. So be aware of that. But nonetheless, you have something that you can draw out on your chart, and this is from the 2-day time frame for XRPZ, 2-hour time frame for XRP. My bad. So while I'm doing that, I keep looking up so high because I have one of my monitors turned vertically because I don't know, I guess I don't have enough desk space here. It's a pretty large desk, but my monitors may be a little bit too big for my desk. All right, so let me just need to do some things in here. I just want to take some notes because I know me and I know I won't remember anything when I need to come back and reference. So this 2 hour and this momentum line. So bullish divergence on the delta for the 2 hour. Let me just check the MACD. Just want to see. Delete that. I didn't want to see money flow. Okay, so this here, the Z-score and the money flow, is indicating that it may be seeing a bottom, but it hasn't been confirmed yet, as we're sitting here on this momentum line here at $3.41 for XRP. So it is hinting at this being a potential bottom. So you can see that there. It hinted at this being a potential bottom in here. And then we got this drive up. It hinted at this being a potential bottom in here. We were going up and here as well. And up, and away. So, let me see something. No, this would actually be right here, maybe. Not the trend, not the trend. This one's a little off right here. Why is this one off? This one may have diverged a little bit. I'm just back testing. This got a double dip right here. And this one did the same thing right here. And let me just see what happened in here. Yellow, up, down. Okay, so it's made some pretty accurate calls. I just wanted to make sure before I made a note on it and decided to reference it later, and it didn't work. All right. So we could start to see that push up on Bitcoin if we're still below that midpoint of the fair value gap and the dynamic cloud. We just got a momentum line to pop out here on Bitcoin. Just keeping you up to date there. Okay. All right. Hold up. All right, so I've updated my notes here for XRP. And basically, all it's pointing out is that XRP is trading within an ascending broadening formation, which is typically a bearish formation or some sort of an indecision where bears think the price is too high and bulls think the price can still go higher. If the bears win, we would likely be breaking this momentum line here where we were attempting to push price back up, but somehow we stalled out and have not been able to push it up further. There is here the potential of coming back here. We mentioned this yesterday. I was thinking maybe like the 50% since it is so bullish, but if we're not doing the 50 and we're doing a deeper pullback, then that would set us down here along the bottom side of this ascending trend line here. And we could see price start to come down a little bit more for XRP, maybe just back here into its all-time highs, just reach back testing the all-time highs here at $3.02 here. The positive things that I noticed is that Z-score is showing that a potential bottom could be in play for it, but it all depends on whether or not we're going to hold here or if we're going to drop. And let me just check back in on Bitcoin, getting that rejection again. So RSI is below both signal lines. Doesn't mean it can't turn up. It has held very well above the 50% retracement. I did not make that notation in here, but I'm just looking at it right now and I'm seeing that. So I can see that's when it pierces the 50%. So if you're using your RSI, when it breaks the 50% and it recovers it really quickly, then that's your bottom, and then you get that move back up. Money flow typically comes down into the yellow here. I noticed that with the bottoming signals here, money flow is typically down here in the yellow. For XRP on its 2-hour time frame before it gets to pop back up. Yeah, I think that was pretty much it. Bullish divergence on that delta here with the MACD well above the zero line, even though you do have the negative MACD signal here right now. But with the positive delta, if delta pushes back up above this above the zero line, which it would reach that well before the MACD does, then that would just curve the MACD up, which has no curvature at the moment. It would curve it back up, and then you do this in the midst of it, just like right here, just like over here. All right, and that is that for XRP. Solana's already did the back test into the golden pocket 786, but it can continue to roll over. Let's see what we have here. Same situation on Solana, but Solana is, it's still within this range now. So it got the rejection and it didn't even make it all the way up here to the 188. As we are seeing the rejection here, let's see if this looks anything similar. It is showing potential bottoming here as we continue to hold here. Money flow is already yellow here for SOL. Let me just see. It can stay that way for a little while. It most certainly did it here. We got red here, and then we got the bounce up. So yellow to red to yellow. That's always a nice signal. Let me adjust the previous day for so. Which is basically the same thing as XRP. Standard deviation 1 here from the from VWAP. And it has not back tested that previous day low either, so that's good. Terrible wick. Green on the money flow, which I should reverse these colors and put red at the top and green at the bottom. It's probably what I should do so there's no confusion when I'm saying green. Just checking back in on Bitcoin as I go through here. We haven't confirmed anything yet here on the daily for another correction. We did it here, and then we did it here with that wick there and there, but we recovered it very quickly. But we haven't pushed into the low just yet, so that's still decent. We were indicating a top in here, which aligns with the other indicators, but the RSI remains strong for Solana here on the daily time frame. And we went from green to gray, which, I mean, we're up against these highs over here. So, I mean, we're up against resistance already. And both times we failed to really get into that weekly average range. And you look back here and see if there's anything worth pointing out. Turn that. Let's see. That doesn't fit. And neither does that. Let me try doing it like this. So maybe there. But let me see how well we meshed. I don't want to be overshooting for something. If it doesn't line up, it just doesn't line up. I don't know if I'm overreaching here. With the lower trend line, sure, that one's good, but the top one may not be. But let me just use the channel, so if I need to move it, it'd be a lot easier for me to do so. I still have to. Okay. I just want to see if that midpoint did anything for price action, and it didn't. But we are tapping on that right now. So maybe, let's see, we tapped it right in here. I'm reaching. I'm really reaching here. Yeah, I'm overreaching with that. So I'll just leave this as is here. And we'll see how this works out going forward. And take this out of here now. You know what? I'll leave it. It's all part of the technicals here. And I can see this. Oh, never mind. Tapping on the wrong thing. Let me just double check on Bitcoin again. We're still in the same place as I just map out some things here. Really don't see anything to go off of. Let me just check and see what this was. Once upon a time. So we could see a momentum break here. Hasn't done that yet. We can look for a bottom based on this. So I'm just gonna try to get that as good as possible. know let me use a note in here for this. Price note. I want a note. Let me clarify that. I can't put a can't put an alert on that. But if we start to break down, it'd be something for me to look back at and see if this would potentially hold as support, because we haven't back tested it since we got this chop down here. So on a breakdown, as it does kind of look like a head and shoulder here for Solana. So that brings me back to what I was saying about Total 2. Total 2 looks, it looks prime to extend prices higher, but it really is. I'm asking myself, like, what's actually moving Total 2? And it may just be your Ethereum. It may be, Solana and XRP and HBAR and some of these other ones that have been strong movers. That could be what's moving Total 2 right now. I mean, we're primed for it, but the altcoins generally do see their pump in October, and that's where Bitcoin sees a reversal. And I shared something like that on my X account and in a video that I did before. And if I come back over here to my bookmarks, I can take us to that real quick, just to look back at that. Okay, so this is that, with plenty of notes in here. And I'm not sure how well that is showing up for you, but it's usually here. And so I have this target set out here for October 20th. That is typically where price will reverse for Bitcoin. So we hit our high and then we start to come down. So I'm just waiting on that to take place. Hasn't happened yet, but it's typically October. So if you go back and you look at your bottoms for your altcoins, you'll see it's always October. So that can be the dealio. Just looking back here at Bitcoin real quick. And back over here to Shalanjo. Let me lock this and make sure it's only on this interval. And I'm going to take it away for now. I can take that away for now. Got a little bit of a pivot here on this money flow. That's just indicating a potential bottom here, but still the RSI needs to turn up as well, and that's going to be the main driver. And the same here as XRP with the positive delta cross, but we still have the negative MACD cross, and the MACD posture has not turned up just yet. The delta is leading. And we're already in the 786 and golden pocket. It's already happened. And then we can see that the 200 is riding along this bottom. bottom line here, which I'm secure on this bottom trend line, just not so much the top one just yet, but we'll see how that goes. If we were to come back up and we reject it off of it again, that would really validate it for me. Otherwise, I don't really see anything else. No actual expansions here. So this could be as low as it gets. I'm just going to box that out. And I'll leave it just like that. All right, and we're holding standard deviation 1. Okay, so Solana. So that 174 to 171, and that is just below the 786 there. This could be extended. Let's see. Yeah, so that could be extended like so. So we'll just go off of this pivot right here instead, since that gives us some more confluence. I'm holding this momentum line. We've already lost this one here. So that's one that we would need to reclaim to show some strength from the bulls. So that one there, and then this one here, right along that low. How about that? Man, you gotta love TA. Okay, so we'll look back at that for Solana. I do think we probably get another shakeout on our top movers. We will, more than likely, because a lot of people are going long. We already did SUI with the leverage and whatnot. I haven't done anything for BNB, but we're at band 2 for BNB. So we could see price come back down here to VWAP. I haven't mapped out BNB. So with that in mind, I'm not going to get heavy into BNB, but thank you. But if we start to lose standard deviation 1, then we could come back to VWAP, which is around 695 for BNB. Let's just move forward. See ADA. Have I mapped anything on ADA? I do have my levels for ADA, with the next target being 92 cents for ADA. But let's see what else we have going on here on the chart. I didn't do any zones for ADA. I just did all lines. No, I did some blocks, but I'm not seeing them. I haven't been on this chart in a minute, so maybe I need to extend them. Okay. So I haven't done this chart in a while, as you can see. But I do see some things actually, hold on, where am I at here? Actually played out for ADA. Gosh, that was so long ago. I know I've talked about ADA since then. I'm more than sure of it. Let's slide these forward. So I'm like, why do I have no zones? I should have zones. I may have gotten some new zones for ADA, but I haven't checked it in a while. So I'm just going to have to go with what I have. Let me go daily and just find our previous day. I'll give you that ugly purple. PDH. PDL. Ada, and let me just see the 4 real quick. See. I'm gonna go back to the 2. Okay, so basically the same as all the other. Ooh, I bought this little cushion and it's still not working. All right, so basically the same as everything else. All your top movers basically look the same. Let me just peekaboo back in here on Bitcoin as I keep going. So they're all looking the same. They're all potential bottoms in here, but they have not been confirmed just yet. Have not been confirmed just yet. Ended up getting a fast signal across here with the push up, but the RSI is still pivoted to the downside. I mean, that could have been it. It could have been it. And this is probably... Okay. So golden pocket bounce, just like Solana, just like everything else. I don't think I moved the one for XRP, but I'll go back and do that later. Is there anything in here that could be important? Let's start here. Let me see what vibes we're getting from here. Now that's a pretty channel. I didn't have to do much with that one. But let me just use the actual, now that I can see it. Use the actual channel. Wrong thing. Did that come off of this low? Into there. And into here. Lock. Pop, lock, and drop it. All right, so there we go for ADA. Let's see if we have an EMA riding along that low, and it's not. So I don't know if I like that. That would tell me that ADA could get a bigger drop. I mean, the other ones could too, since it was riding so close to them. But at least if ADA dropped, they will probably find support on the 200 EMA. If the other ones drop and their 200 EMA is riding along the low of their bottom trend line, then wouldn't be as good. Maybe me see what's there. Possibly 60. Yeah. So we got the 60 right in there for ADA. So your 60 EMA is going to be your most important EMA over here for Cardano. And I mean, we could start to look for these lows to hold right across here. Let me just check one other thing. So that was the EMA. Let me see how it has fared up here. It is expanding on that, so I don't want to use that as any sort of an indication. And let me just see right here. All right. Oof, let me just zoom my behind right on back over here and do it like this. So it would want to make sure it didn't lose the range in here. And I want to say hold the weekly average range low, potentially back testing the highs and finding immediate support there. I already got the bounce off of the golden pocket. Looking a little bit head and shouldery in here too. All right. So let's just say we got some sort of a validation, what that would look like. Yeah, I just do this. And since I don't, I'm just going to take it from the center and do it like that. And let me see. Bam! All right. So potential revisit of the 200 EMA is on the table for ADA. This will start to rise though, so that'll change a bit unless it flattens out, which it can do, flatten out like it flattened out over here. So that's a potential scenario for ADA. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm just saying if we get another shakeout, then that is something that could potentially be on the table. And I should make some notes on this. I do need to make some notes on that. Okay. Just doing my notes. And while I cannot claim that this is a head and shoulder, I just want to do the work on it. That's all. Just in case. Just in case. And hold on. Press the wrong thing. All right, so for ADA, and just cover this again so no one gets confused about it. All I'm saying is if this is a head and shoulder formation and it becomes validated, then I would be looking for retracement back down here to the 200 EMA. Possibility. The 60 EMA is riding along the lower side here of the rising channel formation, which rising formations tend to break down more often than not. All right, we can also not be validating some sort of a head and shoulder formation, and we get a move back up to, let's just say, the top side of the channel. We can even break the top side of the channel. So the next target to the upside for ADA would be 92.80 for me. And again, like I said, if we come lower, maybe we stop out here at the weekly, maybe we hit the 200, because this 200 will continue to rise in the process. Now it is showing down here on the 2-hour time frame a potential for a bounce here, with this Z-score showing some sort of a bottoming structure could be in, so we could see us bounce away. Maybe even, like I said, this is probably nothing, and it's really not at this point. It's nothing at all. RSI well above the 50% retracement, and just like everything else that's bullish here in the market thus far, has seen a reversal around its 50% mean on the RSI. Same thing down here with the MACD and the delta. You have a positive delta cross here, where we got the bounce off the golden pocket, positive delta cross here. The MACD is well above the zero line, inching a little closer, but still well above the zero line here. And we could see this cross up, and then that'll also indicate the cross of the MACD, and we just continue up, okay? So bullish, delta cross zero, MACD gets a cross up, and then we come back up here, probably retest the top side of the channel, invalidating any potential for a head and shoulder formation or a drop down here to the 200 EMA. Bearish, the complete opposite. So that's where we're at on ADA. Those are the notes for that. And then let me just move on over here to H bar. Right. So H bar was very close to starting the car rumbling already this morning. H bar very close to tapping into that standard deviation 1 here for the macro VWAP. This is the micro VWAP right here. We chop, and then we finally got that move up right there. There must be some sort of a formation here on. Yeah, we have some sort of a formation here as well. What it is, I don't know. Let me hide my gel for a minute so we can see that we're respecting the lows here of the trend line. For H bar. And let me actually, don't let me lock that in just yet because I'm not sure if that did we not already have a trend line drawn out? I guess we didn't. Okay. So again, another rising pattern. So H bar looks very similar to Cardano in the sense that the 60 EMA has been the bounce zone or the respected level, respected ribbon for the EMAs is your 60. We lose to 60, then we had potential of coming back and visiting the 200. I don't see any sort of potential head and shoulder formation over here for this 2-hour time frame for H bar. So I can't say that that is something that we could expect. There seems to be some sort of minor trend in here off of this low here. Let me just change the settings back off of that. So some sort of a minor break that can take place. Let me see if there's anything special over here. Nothing special here on the QTD at all. We could look for a momentum break of the QTD. By the time that happens, let me see. I mean, we would be relatively close to that happening. So I'm not going to put that on there. That would happen far too soon. This chair is hurting. I need to stand probably. That's probably the best thing for me to do is stand. All right. So let me adjust myself. Okay. I'm sorry. I need to eat my breakfast too. So I'm gonna hide me for a minute while I talk. And I finish up my breakfast and then I'll be back on. Okay. So one thing I'm just now noting is that the QTD line itself is not breaking the top side here of the dynamic cloud. We're getting this little rise over here, but we're not breaking the top. We're actually turning down in it, which means a lack of momentum right now. It's the same thing over here where you can see price push up, but no break outside of the top side of the dynamic cloud, which means a lack of momentum. And we could see a drop first before we see that actual break take place. So, understand that. But other than that, there's nothing to read from it. And it may have been the same situation when I looked at ADA. Yeah, no break. Then BNB, no break yet. SUI, underneath it, which is bearish. So you can see how I can miss things. So it is below it, but once it gets that push up, because it has flattened out over here, once it gets that push up, then we could see that movement higher here for SUI. Solana, it's not engaging with the top side yet, so there's really not much to say there unless it's actually engaging, and then we can see how it's rising a bit over here on XRP. But this could be some sort of a bullish formation right here on XRP too. So a couple of things that I didn't notice before when I first clicked on the QTD, but I'm seeing it now. So we are still holding here, which is very important, but let me get back over here on HBAR. So potentially some sort of a rising formation right here that we could break below. Maybe we do nothing big until we come back, until the market opens again on Monday. Probably the same situation down here. Already got that pivot in here on the money flow and everything. From the yellow out, it was showing a bottom, but it may be looking to come down again. I don't know. It looks like everything else. So I don't see. Yeah. I'll be looking to add to my my HBAR position, if anything. So if we do get a pullback, that's my goal, to add to HBAR and my leverage HBAR position. And then I would also look to buy some spot HBAR as well, because we're doing pretty decent on the HBAR. It was up like 500% on the HBAR, but do need to add some more money to it. So Bitcoin may be trying here, and we are getting that break above the, we've done more than we ever did before. Like we never, ever, ever even touched it or crossed it. And we're doing it now on Bitcoin. So everything is trying to respond to that right now. But ascending channel here. And then everything was showing a potential bottom for some sort of a small move. I wouldn't get overly bullish, but some sort of a small move. For the altcoins. And let me just come back over here and look back at this a little bit. So that was a behavior shift. If nothing else, it was a behavior shift with price action. Getting to move above here, trying to break above this dynamic cloud over here. Got the break outside of it here on the 15-minute time frame. 1 hour, our reclaim remains the same. We get back above, we flip this, then we're good to go. We may only back test the lower side of this ascending channel that we got the breakdown from. But I did have Z-score on over here as well. Let's see, we're green already, so we have bear divs on this. It's the weekend. I mean, it's easy. It's so easy to move the market on the weekend. If they want to move it up, they'll move it up. They want to move it down, they'll move it down. So I advise caution. With Biddy, I advise some caution. But again, I do like the dynamic cloud drop and the acceptance of price into it and potentially pushing up out of it. But we will see. I'm just going to, just in case, extend this to the right to make sure that we don't just see a rejection there if we get to come up. But even if we do see a rejection there, then I mean, already that's pretty good. Could claim, didn't get a closure above that. Yeah, even still, it looks like we're putting in a change. I just want to hold this low now. More than anything, hold this low. But if we can respect this momentum line, then that's great for Bitcoin. All right, so while Bitcoin is trying, and excuse my chewing, I'm gonna keep doing what I was doing. So I'm just gonna work in the background here. There are some altcoins that I'm looking at out of our top that I have not mapped out just yet. So let me do that with XLM, because that would be our next topic. XLM. Excellent. Got some pretty strong tops in here. As I'm doing XLM, I don't, see, I may not deviate too far down doing XLM because it has a lot of points where people are just constantly trading it. And some are just too close for comfort. So as you're watching Bitcoin, as long as we're holding the signal lines down here, which are welded together, should be okay. You start to see anything different, then something different is definitely going on. You might have a problem. All right, that. Hmm. XLM is such a wild one. Jeez. Let's see what I could probably get away with, do away with. Let's see. Chop, chop, chop. Accumulation. Turn this back on. Let's see. Have helicopters flying around outside. So what I'm going to do for this one is just set a center line here. Then break that apart. And I think we're okay there. Let me see if this reached higher. It didn't. How about this? It didn't. It didn't. It didn't. Okay. All right, so I've gotten all of the weekly levels mapped out for XLM. And if you ever have one of these that you're watching and you want to know what those levels are so you can copy them, just let me know. You can go on X and message me and I'll send it to you. It's not financial advice, but sharing is caring. Or you have a chart and you just want to know what your important levels are, just let me know. I don't mind. Let me just put some numbers in here. Mm-hmm. I think I'm pretty much done eating my food. I still have one more pizza. Same old breakfast. This is a big gap here on XLM. I don't see anything in the center. All right, let's see something I can add in here. Not really. All right, Bitcoin. I'm going to change this. I have another one that I prefer, just so I can see if price comes back down, that it respects it. And that is where I do this. And I may have to flip it around. Let's see. I don't. I just have to change the color to red. All right. This was a bearish FEG. Inside center. Okay. I'll lock it because now we've managed to get above it, which is great. I want to take this off the chart so it's not. Actually, I'm gonna leave my candles, but I do want to take well, do I? Take the rest of the noise off the chart, and I will leave everything else there like that, so we have a cleaner chart to look at. And I can do the same over here, which I'm using a different variation over here. I haven't broken this one yet, so oh no, I just hide it. All right, so just a reclaim here and we should be good to go. We'll see if we get a rejection from here or if we manage to break back inside. All right, so while Bitcoin is doing that, what was I coming to look at over here? Let me just hit this right. Here for XLM. Let me go through and see what I'm missing. So it might be a range. No. Potentially the 2-day. All right, so while Bitcoin is getting that little bit of a rejection right there, I'm taking us over here to XLM as we continue through the top altcoins here. So starting out with the 2-day, I'm gonna go down from here. So, I mean, you know what was here for XLM with this falling pizza here. And then an additional trend break after a back test, push and fail, and coming back down, pretty much putting in the double bottom just like everything else. There may be a range right here, and all XLM has done is swap the liquidity from the top side of this range from your 2-day time frame, as we are seeing a rejection right here at one of its weekly ranges here around 50 cents, and then the low is 43.9. So we could come back down and see a sweep from this bottom here, which is 42.94. So 42, hold on, no, it's 30. Hold on, let me make sure I got so many lines on the chart right. Yep, 42. So 42.94, potentially seeing a sweep down here at this low for XLM. But if it manages to break the upside to the top side here of the range, then I would be looking in here, of course, 57 to 62 cents. So when I drop down to the 2-hour time frame, you can see we're already testing this ascending trend line here on the 2-hour. And there is nothing to connect over here because it is a sideways range. So this again is coming off of your 2-day here. So we're starting to break down. I mean, we got a wick right here, so it still could be a wick. We won't know that until the next. Yeah, that's. I mean. We're seeing it live right now, but we'll see if it still closes with the wick and bounces back up above it. If it doesn't, again, we'll be looking here to see if we just simply sweep the liquidity here, if price is going to roll over. So now if price starts to roll over on XLM, and I put this on, you can see we're back testing the 60 EMA. So just like everything else, potential move back down to the 200 EMA is on the table for XLM, and that again will put us down here at the next weekly range here. And I have this so spread that many weeks out that I can't even see the numbers. That would have made it a lot easier for me to see the numbers. But you can see that one. It's 38. And then 40 cents to the top side. So let me just do that while I'm here because I have them drawn out so far. Be a lot easier if I can read the numbers. And I don't have to do all of them. Yes, I do, because I'm anal. And it'll bother me. All right. So now that's better. We can see the actual zones. All right, so again, interacting with the 60 EMA. So I will put the 60 EMA on my chart, and I will put the 200 EMA on my chart for the 2-hour time frame for XLM. And I will also draw out that channel here that is ranging within where it just simply barely swept that liquidity at the top side here. Barely swept it before getting the rejection back into the zone. And you know what I always say, if we sweep the liquidity from the top and we reject, we have the possibility of sweeping the liquidity from the low, and either it's going to be a sweep or a run on that liquidity. And then we could do that. This will start to rise a little bit more, so to make a lot more sense if that were to happen. Don't want to lose that on the 2. And if I drop down to the 1, which I'm not using the 1 as any sort of confirmation, but there we have the 200 sitting at the low of the range. So we either hold, sweep and hold, or we break and we come down to our next level for XLM. That was pretty simple. XLM a lot easier to read, or maybe it was just me because I had some time to focus on it. Potential double top. Let's just say if this were to break down, where would price go to? And all I have to do is this. That would be the measured move. which is where you see this X at here. There is a little space in here, and I toned down the color on it because it's not one of the weekly ranges that I generally go with, but I could tell that it was an important level for XLM. So if we do come down, then that could be a retracement. So you can see right in here, if I take this away, if I take that away, you can see that it has some respected levels in here. And since that measures up, that could be where price comes back to if it plays out a full measured move. So to the downside, it's basically this. Midterm, or I'm sorry, short term to here, midterm to here, long term potentially back here to the X. So just like that. And then that could be a good buy. Let's see if I drop a fib on here, what we get. I'm gonna go to the daily to pull this fib. I'm gonna pull it off the low. And then here I can add the 50 in, since it is such, actually I don't even have to add the 50, because if it does that, then it'll be this golden pocket. So somewhere between there and this golden pocket, maybe wick into the golden pocket or something like that, if it plays out fully. But that could take some time, and that's if it plays out fully and it doesn't just do a sweep and then continuation to the upside. I don't see a reason that I would want to use the 50. I'm going to leave it like this and just stick with what I'm saying. But if you were to start picking up XLM, like you were interested in getting long on XLM, then yeah, below that 50, at that 50 and below would be the place to start accumulating. If you're looking at spot, that would be the place to start accumulating. You have a nice accumulation range down below, but I don't think the XLM comes back down and takes out this low. That doesn't look like that's going to be in the cards for it. And that accumulation is between here and here. I don't see that happening. So yeah, if you're going to start accumulating XLM, then I would start there at that 50 that was in here on spot, or just wait on the golden pocket. But yeah, a little there, a little bit more there, and then if it comes here, yeah, simple enough. Otherwise, sweep and come up into here, and it just keeps going. All right, let me see what Bitcoin is doing again, because I may have to map out one other one. Holding the momentum line here for Biddy. And since I didn't map out BNB and I just kind of ran through it, I think I will do that one. I don't know why I'm over here doing all of this. I think I will do that one, because the other ones that I have to do on here, I've done Doge, but I haven't taken us to the Doge chart, which is next, and then Tron, and then Link finally. But I haven't mapped out anything for BNB, and I do need to make sure that there's nothing new. I've already covered ADA. I need to make sure that there's nothing new as far as levels for ADA. And if there is, then give you an update on that. So let me just do that now while Bitcoin is doing what Bitcoin is doing. Actually, for ADA, there is I just draw a trend line on this one. All right. So that was just 2 additional levels for ADA, and that was 57 at the low and then 82 at the high, which we're trying to rest on top of right now with price action. And that was it. So back over here with ADA, it was just, this is a new weekly average range there, and then this is one too. But price, price respected. If I look here, price respected this zone here on that drop. And then you can see here how we're just resting on this new one that's in here. And if you weren't here, this is not confirmed. It's just a possibility. All right, and I need to do BNB, Tron, and then, hold on, Doge I've already mapped out, but this is just daily stuff if price were to come back into here. Let me see on the weekly. It's a nice break. For good old Doge, about to change the market structure with a closure above here, which is needed. And I didn't put levels on here, so I do have to go in and map out weekly levels for it. I only looked at some daily stuff for it, which I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. If I need to look back at it later, then I will. I don't need that. And that's the weekly low. Another daily, not daily. We're below the daily high already. So I'm going to put this back on Bitcoin while I work that out. Looks like we've already tapped into the weekly range for we're broken above for Doge. This is a large zone. Hmm. And I'm just going to end it at um, the point I don't look for price to come back below, just to speed things up. Mm. Okay, so Doge, I'm just going to start from the 2 hour and then go down. Looking pretty good. You could already see when I clicked on it that it did break a macro trend line that was on it. It doesn't exactly have a channel, but I was able to connect these two lines right here. So potentially, as we do get that break above that weekly pivot or daily, if you so choose, we get that break above this pivot here. Maybe we see a rejection here. We are sort of rejecting right now, but nothing serious. As you can see, the 60 EMA is riding along the bottom side of the trend line here, which if we were to lose that, then I'll be looking for a move back here to the 200 EMA on a 2 hour time frame. And if I draw from here up, let me see how that looks. Nothing hitting there. Next, I can go from the low of the breakup and see. I'll just leave it be. I don't really see too much down here, but potentially a move back into the 200 EMA. This can continue to rise right now. It did just get the break. It's a little premature right now to say whether or not this would come down. So many of the other altcoins, their 60 EMA has rolled up way higher along their bottom side trend line. So we'll see. We break here, then I would just look for a tap back into this and see if price action does respect this trend line right here. If not, just do away with it because be useless. But the lower one we can confirm right now, unless it starts to shift, and then we would do something like this, and then this just becomes a minor trend line break in here. Have a momentum line here that you want to see price continue to respect, which is here off of this candle low. This is a Binance chart, so I mean that's relatively close to where we have the weekly range at. But you do still want to hold that so you're not coming down here and you're not breaking market structure here on the 2 hour time frame, which again would lead us back down here. So this is the trend line here, potentially bounce and then continue back up, or if it breaks, come back into the 200 on the 2 hour time frame. And then on the daily looks pretty nice. The 60 is below the 200, which means it's still sort of consolidating right now. And I did notice that it was hitting some resistance in here as it is trying to get this push above this pivot here. And we are below the daily high for now. Then our daily low is all the way down here where the 60 is sitting at on the daily time frame. So I don't know if it was the daily or if it was the weekly. It may have been this time frame right here. Nice bounce off of that 200 here too. You can see how it tapped into the 200 there, got the bounce, tapped into the 200 here, and got the bounce. But if I take this away, and this is going to be a lot of noise, so just bear with it. You can see how we're tapping here into this 100 here. We managed to break through that 2, but we're tapping here into the 100. So I do expect some sort of rejection. And again, that could just be back to that trend line that we saw on the 2 hour time frame. But it'd be nice if we do get the closure above here first and then get the rejection. Because if we're not getting the closure above here, then we're not changing the market structure at all. I mean, overall macro, it continues to put in higher lows, which is nice. So this is a higher low, higher low, higher low. So on the macro, that's not a problem. And then I take us over here to the monthly time frame. And that's basically all price needs to do is be above this yellow here, which it did. And you can see from the 200, and then just flip this orange one here around as price is trying to push up through it now. But this is not in numerical order. So I do believe that we'll see a correction here on Doge, even though it's just getting started. Maybe take out that and then get a correction. It's fair value gap right here. Let me see where we're at on this bearish fair value gap. So it hasn't even tapped the midpoint of this fair value gap just yet. And let me draw this in. So it's not sitting so far out. So we could still do that. I mean, that's almost reaching into the weekly range, so we probably spike it. Beautiful double bottom, which is probably coming from the 3-month time frame, just like everything else. So you have your range here. Range high, range low. You've already done the 50% retracement of that range already. And close to doing the 1-to-1 on that. And then that target is all the way up here at 38 for target 1. And then target 2 sits exactly in this weekly retracement level right here at 52.9. And then if we need to start looking higher at some point, so I would say this is the short-term reach right here at this 27. Mid-term reach would be getting up here to target 1, and then a long-term reach would be getting here. And then anything beyond that, we'll start to look at it. But for now, that's where things sit. And if I do a fib on this, I'm going to hide some stuff because I know it's a lot of lines going on at this point. No, not the bullish duo. Dynamic duo. Yeah, so that target 1 is in between the golden pocket 786 retracement. So that's good to know. I'm just gonna, what is this line right here? Just so I can get rid of lines. Let me make sure the coordinates are good. I need to put my glasses on. As you can see, I'm squinting. I'm squinting to see things because I need to put my glasses on. I'll pull this all the way into here. We do want to make sure that as we get to the monthly close that we see a closure above here. We have not done that, but we did it here. We did it. No, we actually didn't. So no closure above any prior candle so far. Prices wicked up above and then retrace, but even here it didn't close above that one and it didn't close above this one either. So we do want to see a closure above, which does mean we want to see price action get a closure above that pivot. That would be a real change for the monthly. Just like over here, we weren't getting any closures above until this candle right here happened, and we got this closure here, and then we got a nice push up. Be the same over here. We did get a closure above here, and that could just be the indication of I mean, it's definitely behavior change, which I'm big on. I'm just making sure there's nothing in here. So I can hide this stuff for now. I've already covered that. Hold on. Yeah, let me hide that. And this was from the monthly, correct? Yep. So that's pretty much it to Doge. Let's see, Bitcoin is still struggling here around this fair value gap. And I always just do the midpoint if you can't tell the 50% retracement of the fair value gap, because if you're flipping it, then you're flipping it above this point. And again, Doge needs to hold here. Because if we lose this, then basically we're losing the bullish momentum, because that's what that is. That's a momentum line. Bulls will no longer be in control, in my opinion, if we do that, and then we'll just be back down here. So wherever your 60 is at the moment, you want to make sure price respects that 60, and right now it's at 22 for Doge. Could be a good buy opportunity. So Bitcoin right now is still rejecting around this point. Generally, when it breaks above, that's confirmation for me. But Looks like a head and shoulder right here on the RSI. I think it was showing like top signal right in here off of this candle. It's giving a top signal, but we got the top signal back here too, and then we started diverging. That's why it flipped to gray, and then just a minor pullback and instantly into the bottom. So I mean, we're doing nothing but ranging right now for Bitcoin. Yeah, you can see the change here. Just a major lack of momentum. But I'm looking down here. Really, if it breaks over here, I'm looking for a fair value gap tap instead, right here. Otherwise, you know, be down there for Bitcoin. And I need to look at TRX and Link, Chainlink. I don't think I have anything mapped out on Link, but it looks the same as everything else. Change this. With Chainlink, it looks like I'm gonna have to do some sort of a spider line. Because it's not that simple. See something. All right, so I'm just going to map out the weekly levels for Link, and then I'll do Tron last. Bitcoin. All right. Chainlink has some pretty broad levels. I should take that. No, it's too late. I'm into something else. Looks like we had a little error there with the connection. I'm gonna try to narrow this bottom out on Chainlink. It is a lot. So if I can confine it as much as I can. And thank you for the patience. Mm-hmm. Okay. You can get out of my camera now.
I didn't know it was on camera.
You knew.
I knew this.
Oh. Is Bitcoin plummeting? I just heard the alarm go off, the alert. Yeah, that did look like a little head and shoulder there. Okay. Okay, just finding my talking points. I have to come back in later and do notes on this for our That's weird. All right, so our Bitcoin is getting that little, I don't know, it's just ranging. It's the weekend. Chainlink. Okay, so I'm not expecting for Chainlink to come back down to these accumulation zones down here, being as it has been making higher lows on the macro, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. And it did bounce from this trend line right here a few times. So if Chainlink was to roll back down, then I would just plot this trend line right here on my weekly time frame and look for it to respect this trend line here. All right. So as far as the weekly level that we're at right now, there is a momentum line in here, and that's coming from the monthly time frame. So if I hide it, you can see that momentum line there. And that's what we're wrestling with right now, which is also around the neckline. So we need to flip this. So again, a closure above here on the monthly time frame would be really, really great. And that's basically just closing, closing above the weekly level there. For Link. The other thing that I noticed on Link is here. So it could be preparing for a Bollinger expansion. This is the BB Bollinger, which is slightly different than the standard Bollinger Band. But you can see how tight price action was there. It's getting there. It was tight right in here. And then it was tight right here. And now we have the same situation right here. So it's not bad. Like we could, it was tight through here for a little bit of time in here. We could see some sort of a pullback first, which is what I'm leaning towards for all altcoins right now, because the alt season usually is in October. Or that's when you see altcoins tend to rally in October. So they'll hit their lows in October, and then you'll see them start to pump from there, or they'll just be moving from their lows in October. So we're kind of fast right now. Total 2 does look pretty nice. But Link overall looks good. So if you've been accumulating Link, it looks really nice. It looks really nice. As long as nothing bad, traumatic happens, Link looks nice. So I'm going to take this. Actually, let me just do this with it so I don't have to take it away. Current interval only for that, because I'm going to leave from this time frame here. So that's nice. Some of the other altcoins may have had this as well. But again, like I said, you got a slight expansion there with the rejection. So maybe it comes back down once more, and then it sends. That could happen. I'm trying to think if I want to put a line on this, because this is going to disappear soon. It may not be a big deal. We'll get something else afterwards. But I already flipped into green, so that is the expansion. That is the expansion. Here, expansion green, go. Here, expansion green, and go. So that looks pretty nice. And the reason why I went to that is because it doesn't respect the EMAs as much as some of the other altcoins. And then I come here to a 2-day. These are riding pretty tight here, but nonetheless, 200 EMAs right here. We have this momentum line at here where we have the low of this range, which is at 1535 for the low of this range here. So if price does get a pullback, then I wouldn't look for it to go beyond here. If it does more than that, then that trend line that we looked at, you want to look back at that since it has been respecting that trend line. And it does look like Link is preparing to send. And that's the 2-day. Daily, same thing here as well with the big rejection. You see. So we know we're preparing for some sort of a correction. The same across the board. I already got the fast cross here on the daily time frame as everything else did too. MACD is still rising up. Delta is about to get a cross down, but it doesn't change anything here. Not so far. And as long as the MACD is far away from the zero line, which it is, it'll just simply be a correction and a continuation. So I'm going to change this money flow to red. It's green right now, just to identify where the reversal point's at. Right now it's green. We tend to see some sort of correction come in. Green there, green here, divergence here. So we did get some divergence there. Got divergence on the delta as well, but none on the RSI. And then yellow seems to be the send point. And then we got some divergence here between this yellow and this yellow for that little smaller move. But we know that we can expect some sort of a correction. And let me just look at QTD. I didn't look at that to see. Let me turn this off for a minute. That looks really nice. So yeah, everything is pointing down here to this weekly level here. Even the top side of the dynamic cloud, as long as it doesn't start to rise and it stays flat, then everything points to here. And if we start to lose that again, we want to hold the momentum. Actually, this is a daily. It would just lead us back to that trend line that I was talking about. So I don't really need to focus on that too much. I'm going to drop 4 and go 2. So here we do have this channel. All right, and the midpoint of this channel is lining up with price action return, and we bounced here from the midpoint. And that's based off of this connection here. So we came back in, and this is the only reason why I'm validating this trend line, this channel here, is because when price broke back inside, it retested. It could have just been retesting the top side of the weekly level, but it looks more like it's respecting this channel here on the 2-hour time frame. And then you see where the 200 is sitting at right now on the 2-hour time frame is down here at this weekly level also. So just within this box here, I would make sure I have this box lined out here. That's 1815 to 1538. I make sure that box is lined out. But if you want the levels, just send me a message on X, the private message on X anyway, and I'll send it to you. So maybe today, maybe tomorrow, something like that, Sunday. Because I know that gap is still there on Bitcoin. The CME gap is still there on Bitcoin, which is where I'm looking for price action to come back to right now. I'm not going to be looking for another long position on Bitcoin until it looks like, unless it looks like we're going higher. And right now I don't see it for that 4-hour. So respected it there. This is where we got to move up away from it. So if we lose it, yeah, again, you can try the bottom side of the channel here, and then all the way down to here for the 2 hour and up. Just checking this, showing that there is some sort of bottom formation trying to form here, but it's struggling to still have the negative cross here on the MACD, and the RSI is still trending downwards, not turning up. And if this flips up right now, it will be in bearish control. So yeah, just look for that on your 2 hour and your 60 and your 200 EMA. Beyond this point, let me zoom it out so we can see. We did see that already, what those next levels would be. I can just go back to the weekly. So we start to push up. This would be the short-term zone to look at here. So in the immediate, I'll be looking for price to come back into here. That's 21 to 23. That's a very small area, so it's not that wide, like a $3 difference there, $3 difference here, $1 difference in there. So I will look for here, and then I would skip up to here. So 32.64. If I look at it from the monthly time frame, that's exactly what I would be looking at. Yeah, between here and here. So these next three. Let me just look at this and see. And so that's also where you have some pretty large volume at too, right around that weekly low that we were talking about, 1538. Plenty of volume there, and then it just spreads out between these two right here. So these are the three I would be keeping my eyes on the monthly. See if the weekly gives anything different. It's basically the same. So yeah, that's chain link. And this was just that monthly momentum line there. And then this is simply the neckline. And then Tron was the only thing we had left to do. So I don't bore you to death. I'm gonna do TRX because I haven't done it. What is Sui doing right now? I'm sorry, I just need to look at Sui real quick. Making sure that we're still holding up at that level. And we are. Good. Tron has come a long way, boy. Look at that. 200, 200. This is all the data we have. So this should be pretty easy because we don't have a lot of data over here. So I'm going to put us back on Bitcoin while I take care of Tron. And I'm just going to make sure we continue to respect this fib then. I mean, this fair value gap here. It may become an IFVG, inverse fair value gap. All right, so let me get Tron taken care of. Tron Weekly has zero resistance overhead from any moving averages or anything of that sort. So that's really nice. I like that. And Tron's chart is really choppy. So I'm just going to narrow it down to the most important ones that I see.
Oh man.
Mm, TRX. I'm gonna improvise on modify. Just say modify Tron's levels just a little bit here, just because it has a lot going on the chart. And as I do that, I'm just not going to label it, so I know what it is and what it isn't to me. Tron is killing it. Nobody's talking about it. Well, at least I haven't heard anybody talk about it, but Tron is killing it. Make it look a little different. And these lights are hot. Very hot. All right, I think I got it figured out. Let me take a look at the daily on top of it. All right, so TRX, very bullish. I mean, it's very strong chart here for TRX. I put this little arrow on here. So if price is to come back on Tron, let's just say it breaks this trend line and it starts to get a move down, this is ultimately where it needs to hold, and that is just the weekly range here between 2251 and I didn't put a number on this, but I can put one on this. 2412. And 2412. And put one on this one, which I can. Really nice trend line here. I think that may have linked up. No, not quite. With the 26 here on the weekly time frame. Could it have been the monthly? Nope, not the monthly either. Let me check daily. So 200 here. So you don't want to, again, we don't want to see it break. But on the weekly time frame, this would be the ultimate level to hold, and it's going to be the top side here at 2412 if prices come back on Tron and to get a break below this ascending trend line here. Hopefully that doesn't happen. And then we would want to see it wick instead and not lose that 200 here on the daily time frame. Could potentially be trying to put in some sort of a cup here and then come back down for the handle. This is simply where price got that big wick from here on the daily. So that's just the top side, just a line chart. So if you see it coming back down this line right here, and maybe back test, then we can be looking for some sort of a correction on it. But right now it does look like it's potentially putting in some sort of a cup formation here. And I'm not a big cup and handle kind of girl. This thing looks really good. I got nothing forward. I have no, let me see. I didn't see anything when I did it. I don't think that this is hitting anything, but I didn't check. So let me check. Nope. Looks like somebody may have gave that a try, or it got those two taps there, and then it just blasted up through here. So yeah, I can see that. So if it comes back down below that 3182, then I will look for more of a correction on it. But right now I don't see anything. I don't see any big ordeals with Tron. It's just up and to the right. Nothing but air all through here. This is just, yeah. If it pushes up past this bunch over here. All right, may have some liquidity up through here. And just drop a line on that, but not that I think it matters. I don't think it matters with Tron. Make my life easier. Can look for a reaction around that 33.98, but it is definitely doing its own thing. And while that could be legit. Maybe it does come back and test these highs out here around 30. That's possible. Anything else across here? Yeah, could come back and retest these highs here. So I may have to go in and map out some local zones for TRX. But otherwise, I mean, this thing just looks good. It looks amazing. So maybe a correction back in here, but otherwise I'll be looking up about 34 cents here. And then once it can get through that, there's nothing but space and opportunity to get back up here to that 45. Anything down here worth looking at? You are getting a negative delta cross here on the 4-hour time frame. I mean, MACD on the 4-hour time frame, and the delta has crossed below the 0 line. But if it just whips back up, then that's over. Still above the fast signal here on the RSI. Do have a squeeze in here, but yeah, it looks good. I don't have anything to say about it. Even with the money flow tricks, I don't know what Justin's son is doing. He's doing something. Because even with the money flow green, and how you can see it respected on every other chart, Tron is just doing Tron things. I don't know if I would play with Tron for that reason. Because if I can't get a good read on it going up, I won't get one if it decides it wants to break down. So I would probably leave that one alone. It is definitely defying gravity right now. How about on the daily? Was there anything in here? Yeah. Yeah, this thing is just up and to the right. Do with that information as you will with Tron. It's just not one I would touch. It's like I said, if you can't read it going up, you won't be able to read it going down, and you'll get stuck in it. All right, let me come back to Bitcoin. I'm gonna take myself off camera for a minute because I am hungry. And I have a little headache because I'm standing in these bright lights are killing me, burning me up. So I'm just gonna take myself off of camera for a sec. Thank you, and hit the like button. Oh, let my seat down. This heat is killing me from these lights. So I was attempting to make some sense out of the 4 hour time frame. I know we got this channel breakdown. It's a, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I would look at this and, I mean, RSI is giving me that vibe a little bit here with that bull div right there. A little slight bull div. Here. But this could already be playing out, and that's as much as it gives. It's time for some payments. It's interesting. I don't know. That may have already. So this is coming back up into the sell zone. It still looks like we would just break down instead, but yeah, it still looks like we would just break down. Could be some whales wanting to accumulate at some better prices. That could be it. I might check back in on that. If there's anything to it. Right now, price is just ranging in between this fair value gap. Could be something where you can take a long at the bottoms when it respects it and then get out of it. I mean, scalping on the Saturday, it's not bad. I wouldn't be looking to hold on to anything. Can look at more alts. Let's see, we did XRP, sold SUI, BNB, ADA, HBAR, XLM, Doge, and TRX. I had no idea when I was buying HBAR that that it was one of the top altcoins, number 15 here. But it's, you take out Hyperliquid. I didn't even look at Hype. I've heard a lot about it. I really don't keep up with anything else these days unless somebody asks me. I need to add that. Hyperliquid. So I'm gonna check on that. Pith, really? Get it on Pith, Qcoin, Finance Perpetuals, MEXC Perpetuals. Guess I'll look at it from. I'm thinking Qcoin probably would have listed it first. So I'll just use Qcoin chart. Okay. Let's see, off the bat. Our trend line. There. Let's see. It's not going to be a lot I need to map out on it because it's not that old. If I have anything for a weekly, I may not. Did I have to look at daily? Yeah, I really don't. Got 3 little lines here for the weekly. And a lot more for daily. I only need to do these few. And I won't go below that. And then I'll add this one other one in here. Yeah. Put some numbers in here. So 1 right here. 2 here. All right, so this is hyper liquid, pretty simple here. And I turned off, you don't have a lot of levels in here on the chart for your weekly. You have this one down here at the very bottom here, one here in the center, and I numbered this number 2 because you have your second highest level of volume in here. Now, the only thing that I did change about this one here at number 1, where you have your highest volume, I had to drop it just a few dollars to capture the point of control. So the point of control is currently sitting at the very low here. The rest of them are not based on any of that. It's just based on how I typically look at where my levels are at, and I can show you that here. So I had to drop this one slightly on the daily just to capture the point of control because I want to make sure that that's in there. But this is based on just how I would normally do my weekly and my daily ranges here. And here again, you can see they don't exactly line up with this. This is going to hit way more often than this is here. So more than if VRVP does, which is why I don't tend to use that a lot. And let me just lock these down there. It doesn't look like okay. So that momentum line there, I just added that in, but you can see it's down here with the weekly. Well, I added the numbers to it, but that pops out on its own. So it's here with the weekly. So on the retracement, this is what I'd be looking for price to do, which is also in line with this ascending trend line channel here. So you got 1, 2 touches here, 1, 2 here. If you end up breaking this, I'll be looking for price to come back down into here. Now that's a little bit of a scary thought looking at the 1-day time frame, because this is your 200 here. It's barely coming into play right now on the daily time frame, but this is the second highest volume area here, and it's also where you have your biggest level of support is going to be sitting in here as well. So here, somewhere around the top side here, if I click on that, that's 2682 to 2298 for this level here. I'm not thinking that hyper would come back down here to these lows, but you never know, because you know a lot of times we hype things up and then they just don't work. But this is confirmed by using this trend line, the 60 EMA here, which is riding along the low of it. So it is helping to confirm, which is how I like to use moving averages most of the time, is to confirm trend lines. So that is that there. And look at it on the 4-hour time frame, already below the 60 here. Done a back test of it and got a little bit of a rejection here. So again, the 200 is lining up here with where I'm saying if you don't want to risk, if you're in hyper and you don't want to risk price breaking below this trend line here, then you want to hold in here. So you have that 200 there in blue. You have the weekly average range that's also sitting there. And then you have that momentum line that was from the daily time frame, that if that is lost, then that would be bearish. Look like it's putting in some sort of structure here that we could potentially see price break from the top side. Could break up here. Let me see how I would do this. Let me just see how I would make this different, because it doesn't look like I can put a perfect line on here. I would have to put it here on this. Let me make sure that's closely enough. Neat, that is. I don't know if anything I said made sense. I can get real southern. So you're piercing this a little bit right here. We got like 2 hours and so, like 2:45. So this isn't confirmed or anything like that yet. You can see that we're still rejecting here from the 60 EMA. So the only way that confirms is if when we get that 4-hour closure, we see a break above it. Now, it can't always retrace back into it, which means it would be a failed swing. So be aware of that. It looks like a channel. Just let me see. It's not here. But it could be a pizza pie. I don't need to put one on the low though. Just really need to see it break to the top side here. So lock that in. Can only see it here. Let me look at the RSI. Let's see. Same thing goes for the RSI, so you can actually plot this on your RSI as well. I can see what the RSI did here. So once you came back up that low, that was your reversal point down here. So that was cleaner than waiting on some sort of a signal to come in for it. That was a much cleaner. Yeah, that was nice. That was all right right there. And so now if you just get, let me see what this one is doing. Same thing from the top. So you can plot this on your trend line, on your RSI. So if you do anything like you did down here, how this is already sticking out, if it comes back down, then you know that's a reversal. I have this signal right here from this, it's a greenish looking color here. It may actually be green. And that, I just want to put this here. Yeah, so this turns back down, then you know it failed, but you can still look back at it and see if that's gonna hold. That's not bad on that RSI. Look here, positive delta cross here, and it looks like the MACD, it is curving. It is curving here, so it could get a MACD cross. So that may actually confirm there on hyper. Is it $44.89? 44.86 here. I might buy some. I don't want to. If I try it here and get rejected, I'd be sad. And then if it gets here and it doesn't flip this, then I'll be sad again. I'm gonna buy some. I am gonna buy some. Gonna do it right now. Gonna do a. Thinking if I want to use leverage, if I just want to spot trade this. I'm going to have some close numbers right here. Put this on this top. And I got one rejection there. So I'm going to cover this one too, just in case. This could always fail, especially rejecting off of that 60 right now. I'm gonna look back at this again, but I like the MACD. It is giving some bottom signals down here. This can fail. I'm just saying, I'm telling you now. Telling you now, this could fail. But if I do it spot, then I'll be less exposed to risk in case it does. And let me look at the 1 hour. Okay, so this is just the bottom side of the dynamic cloud here. And take this away below the 200 here. And the 60 just crossed below the 200. Yeah. Take this away for a sec. I just want to see what that would look like. this right here, which could break lower. So EMAs I'm not a fan of with where they're positioned at here. Because like I said, this could absolutely fail. Potential megaphone pattern. Or descending broadening, one of the two. I think I'll give this a chance. I'll get my toes wet. Just let me see if I can get it on here first of all. Nope, I can't get it there, so I would have to do it. I have to leverage this one. So I have to see if I can get it off of this exchange now. And I can leverage it. Since I'm gonna have to do a leverage trade on it, I may choose to wait. I'm gonna go all the way down here to the 5-minute time frame right now. Not for that. Look at that. We missed that. But I didn't know anything about it. It's a nice little invert there. It's a nice inverted. And its price is, it's whipsaw on the 50 EMA here. On Qcoin chart. I was just seeing it on Blowfin, which it looks a lot better on Blowfin than it does here. That was a nice inverted head and shoulder formation right here, though, on the 5-minute time frame. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wait for it to confirm, for confirmation. I still like the RSI on the 4. I do still like that. I do still like, and this is likely a broadening formation. I'm just going to drop these down to the actual, push this up to the actual trend line. This typically breaks to the upside, but you can see if it rejects how far it would actually fall. If it comes back to retest the low again. I think it's breaking. I do. All right, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. And I'm going to keep it simple because I know that it is the weekend and anything can happen. So I'm just going to keep this very, very simple. Hyper. Okay. We could be preparing to see a little bit of a correction on the 5-minute time frame, but otherwise, it's not terrible. But it is the weekend, and I know that. So, easy peasy. I have about 30 minutes left on this stream, and then I am going to have to call it a day. As Bitcoin continues to play around inside of this fair value gap. Oh, I have to make sure I add this chart to the watch list. Shiba Inu. I think Polkadot's gonna do pretty good this time. It has a pretty decent looking weekly chart. So it's been a few days since I looked at it, and it already got a nice little pump up and rejection. That's a hard wick. Let's say hard wick. After it broke, trend line, hard wick up, back down. Nah, I'll wait on that. I'm just looking at that monthly chart. Wait until October for that. It's probably gonna be a few I would wait until October for. While Bitcoin's doing nothing, I'm just going to be a little talkative here. So if you look at the monthly time frame, I'm just going to use this Delta and MACD here, which I start to lean on the Delta because it's going to be faster than the MACD, as it's a leading indicator for the MACD. And not a lot of things have done this. So Ethereum did this, where it got a positive signal cross on the Delta, and the MACD is already turning up, looking to get a positive signal cross here on this MACD as well. Once the Delta crosses up above the zero line, then that's where that's going to happen, and then it's off to the races. So on the monthly chart for Ethereum, and I'm pretty sure so many other analysts have shown this too. On the monthly, you have this structure here, which is an ascending triangle. And that's because Ethereum has been in a multi-year long consolidation. So this is the high and this is the low for that consolidation. You can find this if you just go to your 12-month time frame, and it's this one big candle right here. So the way price has been coiling inside of this range, you can bet your that there's going to be an explosive move out. And I've shared this too, where the measured move is for this, and it can go higher, but you have to have something to go off of. And right now that's $9,000. So that's Ethereum getting up to $9,000, because you're generally going to do a 1-to-1 at bare minimum when you have a range breakout, because that's how you measure the move for a range breakout, a 1-to-1. Same thing if you were taking, your measured move for a symmetrical triangle, or a falling wedge, a rising wedge, or whatever. Same thing goes for a range. So that's your one-to-one for this range breakout is $9,000. And like I said, multi-year coiling inside of this range. And that pattern formation, we just saw it. The pattern that it's making inside of the range as it coils is a symmetrical triangle that's looking to break to the upside and get to that $9,000. So that's pretty nice for Ethereum there. You can even, you have your confirmations or your lines here where you be looking for your momentum break. You can go with that. Sometimes your momentum break will happen a lot faster than price action. So you can be looking for that breakup there. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. And I can understand why Ethereum, when you do stuff like this, your RSI is sitting all the way up here around 92. Yeah, you can guarantee that when you start to correct, it's going to be a huge correction. You were so far deviated outside of the overbought territory. So yeah, you're going to get a huge correction. And then this time it just barely did it there. Come back down and go back up. Okay. Never going into oversold on the macro side here for Ethereum. Like I said, a few charts that have this positive delta cross. MACD already turning up here. Looking to cross over. And that'll happen sooner rather than later. And you can do that across the board with that symmetrical triangle. Yep. So Ethereum has it. We already know Bitcoin had it. You can see it right here for Bitcoin. But Bitcoin's MACD is just straight up in the air. I mean, that's all. This is from last the start of the bull market for this cycle. And if we could stretch this out, then we would know that this already had got a positive cross up way back over here somewhere. Or right in here somewhere potentially. Let's see who else may. It's not enough data there for that. Let me come up here. XRP. That's where XRP got it. So you got the negative cross here. And then you stay within the zero. Whenever you see your MACD and your delta they get really, really tight around the zero line, it is an explosive move that's going to take place whenever you see that. And I used to not like the MACD, period. Just about the past 2 months, I've been using it more and more because, I did a little bit of studying on it and just kind of fix things the way that I like to see them to be able to read it. But whenever you see that, that is an explosive move. And so, yeah. Now you will get a leading on your delta, like here where you got this cross down here, but the MACD stayed up, and you can see the MACD was looking to turn down right here. And it's going to read late here, so you would want to go with where you have your curve at, potentially start looking at it wherever you start to fall off. But I'm just going to put it here for now, just to keep it organic. But you can see it was looking to come down right here, but that was probably just setting up for that pattern in here. whatever this triangular pattern is here, and then that break to the upside there. And the MACD is too far away to even consider some sort of a reversal. That's just not going to happen when it's that far away. Just a correction, but not a reversal. And then Solana is coming into it. So right now, this is basically a correction. MACD is starting to curve a little bit here. Delta is starting to turn up a little bit here. So if you go, I don't want to put it exactly on that corner because I probably wouldn't catch it exactly on that corner. So this could be where the explosion really starts to happen. Why is all of this mess in here? I need to get rid of this. What is this? I got two things going on. That's the older ones. Okay, that was way when we were back here. And everybody was too scared to buy. But that's what I bought at down in here. Yeah, I bought down in here. It's like $22. I did not catch the 8 or 9 or whatever it did, but I caught 22, and so I'm still holding that right now. For Solana, there's a lot going on this chart. That's for sure. Can't read anything from this. Where did this come from? And make sure it stays here and lower. Okay. And then we did this tap here. So make sure this stays here and lower too. And those other little lines, I don't really care. It was on the monthly. So this can be where Solana really starts to perform off of this candle right here. That looks pretty decent, but it hasn't done it yet, but that looks decent. Can always, continue to pull back a little bit. Sui doesn't have enough data for it. BNB has the cross here, and then you can see the MACD turning up. So that looks nice. Sometimes it does it earlier, like here. And then here, there's probably going to be some bullish divergence. So it probably did a bull div right here because you can see how the delta is rising here, but the MACD continues to drop. So that means that it just put in some bullish divergence. I'm almost certain of that. Yeah. It's very slight though. Very slight. So it's a little bit exaggerated. But if you'd have waited to get in on this one right here based off of this cross up of the delta, you'd have been, pretty on point with waiting for that. You could also do the trend line break as well. So when your delta starts to curve a little bit on your monthly, just look at whatever trend line you have and then look for the break of that trend line or the support from the lower trend line. If you've already moved away from it, then I think that you can go ahead and enter. So BNB. That's nice. ADA. Not yet. Not yet, but the delta is going flat. And your MACD continues to rise. So price has just been going up. It got a back test right here, and then it pushed back through. So price has just been rising higher here. I wanted to say some bearish divergence or something, but oh, good Lord. Let me hide that. I just did that. Where did I put it at? Here. Can hide that too. And then that already played out. So I try to hang on to my notes just so I can go back and see what I did wrong. Yeah, so here we can see that the MACD, it got that slant and a quick cross below the signal line, but how that delta was sitting right here at that 0. And then we got that explosive candle right there. And the delta is not that close to the 0. Close enough, but not close enough to the 0 for me to be like, boom, you know, something like that's going to happen. But this candle is already in play. You got the RSI here. RSI support, that held really nice. This is what I tend to go with, the RSI over anything. It's the RSI. MACD is something that you use. MACD and Delta is something you use for confirmation. RSI is going to give you, it's going to move faster with price action. H bar. Same thing with H bar. It did exactly what ADA did. Here. That cross up the 0 line. It's hard to plot it out. It has to be done immediately. But that was good. And then the positive cross back here from the MACD, but the delta was already trending up. Same thing here. See how we held it here. RSI held support and got that push up and got that quick rejection. And then this here. And this is where we bought in. This is where, if you were on stream with me, where we took the entry for H bar was here. Yeah, because we got in at 14.4. So when I looked at this, I was like, woo, we in there. We are in there. You see how it had been respecting, pretty much for the most part, respecting the standard deviation 1, but that wasn't what made me get long on it. I won't be able to see it from here. From here, what made me get long, no, it was the daily. Yeah, it was on the daily. And that's what made me get long. Whenever I see a convergence, like it starts to make this V shape here with these moving averages, that's when I want to get long. So you can see it there. And that looked really good to me. So I like to look for that on charts. It's my go-to for entries on the high time frame, low time frame too, but it's my go-to for entries. And that was all she wrote. And that's one of few charts that have that going on. Looking for some big things from H bar. Hyper is too young to even look at it and see that. XLM, same thing. This one has it. Who else is not too new? Doge has it. And see, once the MACD crosses the zero line, that's when you really start moving, just like over here for Doge. You cross that zero line, MACD crosses that zero line, and you might have a runner. I don't know why that's there. I'm going to delete it. You might have a runner. But like I said, the RSI is going to be faster. This is just going to be confirming. So again, RSI, we're holding the low all the way across here. Well, RSI back tested into it. Let me put it like that. And then it's sent. And then once it can get through here, you know, we want to see these follow behind and cross above and go. Who else? Tron. I mean, I didn't expect anything different. Of course, Tron did it. That price is being manipulated or something. Chainlink. Virtuals is too young to have it, so I know it won't have a confirmed delta or MACD cross. Theta. And see, I like Theta's chart a lot. So even if Theta cools off and it comes back, if it stays somewhere around this region, around this zero here, I'm going to buy. I bought it. I literally bought it and sold it at 70 cents. I just bought it. I forgot that I was buying it for the long hold. And that's the honest truth. I bought it because I looked at the weekly chart and I said, Theta's weekly chart looks good. Let me buy in. I bought it and then I forgot that I bought it based on the weekly. So when I saw a little fluctuation, I was like, let me take my profit. And I haven't re-entered, so I just have to wait for another entry for that. I don't think Injective's old enough. It is. Okay. INJ is old enough. MACD still positive over here, even though it got this temporary correction here on the delta on the this is the weekly. I want to be on the monthly. Okay, so a positive cross here on the monthly time frame, and INJ is doing what? Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me kill this. Let me take us back over here to Bitcoin chart. I'm so sorry. As we're starting to get this little bit of a cool off. And you know I have to go here in 2 minutes, but I am so grateful for anyone and everyone who stopped by to hang out with me. I've been chapping, yapping, yapping, yapping. So running my mouth too much. Got the spammers in here. Spammers and scammers. But with that said, I appreciate everyone who stopped by to hang out with me down the crypto TA. Let me put my face on here so I can give you that thank you. All right, there we go. So thank you to anyone who stopped by to hang out with your girl down to crypto TA. Please be sure you follow me on X at down to crypto TA, and be sure that you follow the Coin King, and that is the D as in dog, A as in apple, COINKING, the Coin King, for any additional updates. I'm sorry, he was tapping over there. For any additional updates. And I will see you. I may do something tomorrow. I'm not really sure, but if I do, if you're subscribed to the channel, you will get that notification. If you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. And stay in contact with me. You can always hit me up on X, private message me, please. If you have any questions, you see any levels that you like, or you have a chart that I have not covered that you would like to see some levels for, and what potentially may or may not happen with that chart, because nothing I say is financial advice, and I'll be so happy to do that, as long as I don't get overwhelmed. And with that said, not tomorrow. I will see you on Monday, 5 a.m. Peace.